This week, we're going to vote on the Secretary of Agriculture to be confirmed for the cabinet. That person was voted out of committee unanimously. So I think it's ridiculous for the minority, for a committee where every Democrat and every Republican voted for this nominee, to have even 1 minute of debate. It ought to be proved by unanimous consent. Now, it may not be, but at least I expressed my opinion and I gave a rationale why that should be done. We shouldn't be spending 30 hours of debate on somebody that's been approved unanimously by the Agriculture Committee. So today, I pay tribute to an outstanding Iowan who celebrated her 65th birthday, February 9th, an astronaut and patriotic American. Peggy Whitson has never stopped reaching for the stars. Her hometown is located in Ringgold County. That community of Beaconsfield, its community building, is also the birthplace of another Iowan icon, the Hy-Vee supermarket, famous in about 7 Midwestern states. Peggy Whitson spent 675 days in space, more than any other American astronaut or woman in the world. This year, she's heading right back to space for a historic 5th space mission. By all accounts, she's driven to help humanity. We don't often think about space travel as helping humanity, but she does it from tracking cancer cell growth to developing therapies that save and extend the quality of life here on Earth. So there is something very heavenly that has some earthly good. This United States Senator is proud to wish my fellow Iowan, Peggy, happy birthday. Peggy, may you continue to defy gravity and achieve stellar good things for many years to come, and I'm sure she will. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop-Brooks.
The Majority Leader,
Thank you. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
without objection.
Madam President, this week the Senate will be considering its 14th nominee for President Trump's cabinet, Tulsi Gabbard, for Director of National Intelligence. Ms. Gabbard is a patriot. She's someone who's motivated by service, and she's been serving her country and community since she was 21 years old when she was elected to the Hawaii State Legislature. Like many Americans of her generation, she felt called to serve her country after the attacks of September the 11th. And after her first session in the Hawaii legislature, she enlisted in the Army National Guard. The following year, she dropped her re-election campaign to volunteer to deploy to Iraq, the first of 3 deployments that she's made. And it was after her second deployment, now as an officer and platoon commander, that she set her sights on making an impact on national and global issues, eventually being elected to the U.S. House of Representatives. Madam President, Tulsi Gabbard has worn the uniform of our country for the last 22 years, leading American soldiers in some of the most dangerous parts of the world. She also served 8 years in Congress, including service on the Homeland Security, Foreign Affairs, and Armed Services Committees. By her own count, she's taken an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States at least 8 times. Madam President, as both a military officer and policymaker, Ms. Gabbard has been a consumer of intelligence. She knows that good decisions depend on having the best information. And she knows that the cost of bad information is measured in lives lost. Madam President, in recent years, there have been some significant intelligence failures. And these failures aren't confined to one agency or one part of the world. The intelligence community needs to refocus on its core mission, collecting intelligence and providing unbiased analysis of that information. That's what Tulsi Gabbard is committed to ensuring if she is confirmed to be DNI. And I believe she has the knowledge and leadership capabilities to get it done. Madam President, I'm also grateful that Ms. Gabbard has expressed a willingness to right-size the office of the DNI. When this position was created by Congress in the wake of 9/11, it was designed to be a sort of quarterback, if you will, for the intelligence community. It was designed to be a lean organization focused on coordination and ensuring all the elements of the intelligence community are communicating and working together toward a common purpose. But it quickly became much larger than intended, and it has become a bureaucracy unto itself. So I'm glad that Ms. Gabbard plans to focus on identifying and eliminating redundancies and inefficiencies to restore the office to what it was originally designed to be. I was also very pleased to hear Ms. Gabbard say at her hearing that Section 702 is, and I quote, essential for our national security, end quote. This foreign intelligence collection program is a key tool used to identify threats to Americans at home and abroad, and I was glad to hear Ms. Gabbard acknowledge its importance. I was also pleased that Ms. Gabbard intends to prosecute leakers to the full extent of the law. In a day and age when anything and everything ends up on the internet, it is essential that we have zero tolerance for those who deliberately compromise classified information, and we must safeguard our sensitive sources and intelligence collection methods. Madam President, Tulsi Gabbard is a patriotic American. She believes strongly in the mission with which she'll be tasked, keeping America safe. And you don't have to take my word for it. Take it from Americans who have served alongside Ms. Gabbard during her 22 years in uniform, from the people who have put their lives in her hands. As one wrote, and I quote, her exceptional qualifications, coupled with a proven track record of leadership and unwavering commitment to safeguarding our national interests, render her the unequivocal choice for this critical position, end quote. And from another, and I quote again, I know Tulsi will be fully committed to protecting all Americans during this pivotal moment in American history, end quote. Well, Madam President, sounds like what we need in a Director of National Intelligence. And I look forward to confirming Ms. Gabbard this week. Madam President, I yield the floor. I suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Madam President,
The Democratic whip.
are we in a quorum call?
We are,
I ask unanimous consent to suspend the quorum call.
without objection.
Madam President, last week Pam Bondi was sworn in as the highest law enforcement officer in the United States of America. She is now the United States Attorney General. Unfortunately, as many of us feared, Attorney General Bondi took immediate steps to undermine the integrity of the Department of Justice. President Trump, after Bondi was confirmed, even said, quote, "I know I'm supposed to say she's going to be totally impartial with respect to Democrats. I'm not sure if there's a possibility of totally," unquote, President Trump. On day one in office, Attorney General Bondi created a so-called weaponization working group, a task force to investigate, quote, "the activities of all departments and agencies exercising civil or criminal enforcement authority over the last 4 years." Bondi said that she would, quote, "investigate the investigators," and, quote, "prosecute the prosecutors." And now she's doing exactly that, to seek the, quote, "retribution against political enemies, real and perceived, that President Trump has repeatedly threatened. I wish I could say I'm surprised by Attorney General Bondi's actions, but last week I stood at this very spot, sounding the alarm just before her confirmation vote. The writing was on the wall. Attorney General Bondi has made it clear that her foremost loyalty is to one person, President Trump. And she kept her promise on day one after being sworn into office by Associate Justice Clarence Thomas of the Supreme Court. Bondi's directive is only one step in misusing the powers of government to carry out President Trump's retribution against those he perceives to be his enemies, and the list is long. Even before Attorney General Bondi was confirmed, the Trump administration purged dozens of senior career law enforcement officials at the Department of Justice and the FBI. Many of these senior officials are reportedly being reassigned to immigration cases for which they have little or no expertise. Last week, FBI law enforcement personnel across the country had little over 48 hours to answer a survey about their work on any case related to the January 6th attack in the Capitol, including whether they handled arrests, led operations, testified in trials, and more. Consider this for a moment. I don't know if you were here, Madam President, on that day, but those of us who were will never forget it. An insurrectionist mob left a rally for President Trump and came to Capitol Hill, crashed down the doors and windows, invaded the Capitol, started beating up on the Capitol Hill police. The net result, 4 policemen died. 140 were seriously injured. They took control of the United States Senate chamber and the House chamber and went through their antics posing for pictures sitting in the chair that you're sitting in. They went through my desk and other desks too. It was their day. These so-called tourists, so-called political prisoners. I've said on the floor before, and I've thought about this many times, if we were told that in the House of Parliament in London that a mob had beaten down the wooden door and taken control of the House of Commons, what would have been the reaction in the United States? First, incredulous. That can't happen. England's a powerful nation. It's got a rich history. A mob took over Parliament. That is exactly what happened on January 6th. A mob took over the Congress of the United States, invaded the Capitol building like the British in the War of 1812, and forced control at the expense of a lot of people who were prepared to die to defend us that day. That was a horrible incident. It was a horrible chapter in American history. And now the Trump administration is setting out to erase that history. The Soviet revisionists would look at this with some pride, to think that politicians in America are engaging in the same historical rewrite that they did for so many decades. And this rewrite is to erase January 6th as a reality, to whitewash it, to describe it as something that it isn't. How they'll ever overcome the hours and hours of videotapes which verify exactly what happened that day, I don't know. But they're going to start by cleansing the ranks of those in law enforcement who had anything to do with the 1,600 criminal defendants who were charged because of that day. Apparently, they wanted disclosure of these names, of all those who took the assignment given them in the Department of Justice or the FBI to investigate that crime of January 6th. At the FBI, at least 6 FBI executive assistant directors have been removed, including those who oversaw the National Security Branch, the Intelligence Branch, and the Criminal Cyber Response and Services Branch. The Trump administration has removed the special agent in charge in at least 4 major field offices and the assistant director of the Washington field office. The acting attorney general has also issued a memo firing a dozen career Department of Justice prosecutors, and she was quoted as saying, "Given your significant role in prosecuting the president, I do not believe the leadership of the department can trust you in implementing the president's agenda faithfully." The Bureau's acting leaders are career public servants who have reportedly resisted the push from Trump administration officials to punish FBI agents who were simply doing their work and were assigned to investigate the January 6th attack. It was I'm not mistaken, it was the largest criminal prosecution in history. And to think that many assistant attorneys general and members of the FBI were in some role in its pursuit is no surprise whatsoever. So now the Trump administration wants these people to be outed, publicly disclosed, names and addresses. This weekend, the Bureau turned over the personnel details of thousands of FBI personnel. Thankfully, a temporary court order was issued on Friday that is keeping the Department of Justice from revealing those names. Is there any danger to these women and men who swore allegiance to the United States and its Constitution and pursued the official duties of the Department of Justice? Why, of course there is. The previous head of the FBI told us that the situation is grim when it comes to domestic terrorism in the United States. So is he suggesting that perhaps the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers can't wait to get this list the Trump administration's produced? A list of those who did their duty under the Constitution and pursued these cases on the January 6th outrage? I'm afraid that's a fact. That temporary court order is the only thing between these white nationalist extremist groups and the men and women who dedicated their lives to law enforcement in this country. That's where we've come to in just a few short days of the new Trump administration. Tomorrow, FBI probationary agents and personnel stationed around the world are required to submit justification for their continued employment. This could lead to firing up to 3,000 federal law enforcement officials. Don't tell me you want to fight crime. Don't tell me you want to stop narcotics and then dismiss 3,000 FBI and Department of Justice officials. These mass layoffs, forced retirements, and involuntary reassignments of experienced Department of Justice and FBI officials represent an outright attack on public safety by President Trump. America will be less safe because of this political charade that's going on in the Department of Justice. These mass layoffs of these experienced people mean that your family, your town, your neighborhood will be less safe. The purge is already leading to widespread disruption and delay in prosecutions, investigations, and sensitive operations. The Joint Terrorism Task Force have been asked to focus on President Trump's immigration-related initiatives, which means valuable resources and personnel have been shifted away from state, local, and federal partners fighting foreign and domestic terrorism. As America faces a heightened threat landscape, these removals and reassignments are crippling not only to the Justice Department and the FBI, but the 93 U.S. Attorney's Office and the 55 FBI field offices across the country. The loss of potentially thousands of federal law enforcement jobs will put a burden on local field offices, slow ongoing casework, increase the unemployment rates nationwide of law enforcement, and harm local economies. President Trump may claim to back the blue. He may pose with men and women in law enforcement, but apparently he's only interested in doing so when it's politically convenient and consistent with his political agenda. Before Ms. Bondi's confirmation, my concerns about how she would lead the department were based on her history as President Trump's personal lawyer. But the leadership of Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, is no longer hypothetical. Her directives and actions are now impacting a lot of innocent people and a lot of good Americans who dedicated their lives to public service and law enforcement. We need to work together on a bipartisan basis to push back against these attacks on the Department of Justice and FBI to protect the national security of the United States. Madam President, I'll take the floor in a day or two to describe what's going to happen next when it comes to Kash Patel, a man who has no experience which merits his selection as director of the FBI. He has the temperament of a politician who's stalking his opponents. Don't make that up. I just basically read his book, and it spells it out in details, including his infamous enemies list of some 60 people that he considers to be part of the deep state or whatever his characterization may be. To give this man a 10-year tenure as director of the FBI and the power of that agency with thousands of investigators and individuals is to invite trouble for this generation and the next. He's going to do things in that position which are not consistent with the values that people at the FBI have brought to that work for more than 7 or 8 decades. And that's why it's very important we watch it carefully. Madam President, I yield the floor. Suggested absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Madam President.
The senator from Texas.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be rescinded.
Without objection.
Madam President, last week the Senate voted to confirm Chris Wright as President Trump's Secretary of Energy. You know, the United States has been blessed with incredible natural resources, and it's something, frankly, that it seems like President Biden sought to deny the American people the benefits of that endowment with this vast natural resources. And President Trump is going to reverse those policies and make sure we take full advantage of it for many reasons. I was proud to support Secretary Wright's nomination, and I can't think of a better candidate to oversee the implementation of one of President Trump's key campaign promises to unleash American energy in a new golden age of prosperity. Under 4 years of the Biden administration, Americans suffered from burdensome energy prices, resulting in his backward approach to energy policy. We know that inflation was part of what was driving those high energy prices, but also the refusal to take advantage of what God has given us in terms of natural resources. From day one, President Biden prioritized the view of climate radicals, while the interests of Texas families and our national security were apparently an afterthought. His first action was to revoke the permits for the construction of the Keystone XL pipeline, a project that would have allowed us to transport crude oil from Canada to refineries in the Midwestern United States. Because the pipeline was not built on a timely basis, it didn't mean the crude didn't come. It meant it was put into railroad cars and shipped in a way that was, frankly, not as safe and certainly not as efficient as a pipeline would be. In 2022, President Biden signed the Inflation Reduction Act. And while this law did nothing to reduce inflation, it did create massive subsidies for electric vehicles, most of which average working American families can't afford to buy. But it is the car of choice for many high-income coastal elites. But it wasn't enough to just subsidize electric vehicles. In 2024, the Biden administration went further in finalizing a rule requiring 2/3 of new cars on the market to be electric or hybrid by 2032. The Biden administration made clear that their end game was to end gas-powered cars. Now, most Americans who buy a car keep it for an average of about 10 years. And President Biden basically wanted to force them into buying something that was not their preference, but was going to be subsidized by hardworking families. Again, a vehicle that many of them could not themselves afford. It's hard to see this as anything but an affront to those hardworking families back home in Texas or Alabama or anywhere else in the country. It's not just the cost that we're talking about here. President Biden's press for fast adoption to electric vehicles was a gift to our greatest strategic adversary. That's because China controls the supply chains for a majority of the critical minerals required to produce EV batteries. 75% of lithium-ion batteries, 70% of cathode, and 85% of anode production capacity required for EV batteries, as well as 50% of the processing facilities for lithium, cobalt, and graphite are all located in China. On the other hand, the United States produces virtually none of these critical minerals and certainly does not process them, which is admittedly a very difficult and sometimes a dirty process. But in China, they process 90% of the world's critical minerals, and frankly, they don't care too much about the consequences. But President Biden's insistence on this rapid transition from gas-powered vehicles to electric vehicles put our national security concerns and working families in the back seat to Xi Jinping and the climate radicals. But he didn't stop with electric vehicles. Last January, President Biden issued a pause on all American exports of liquefied natural gas in order to conduct a study on the environmental impact. Well, I can tell him what the study has shown. What experience has shown is that natural gas has driven down the number of carbon emissions that previously occurred because of the broad use of coal. So natural gas is really a much cleaner source of energy. Of course, this pause on exports had major repercussions in Texas, which is one of the leaders of the LNG industry. A 2023 study from the National Association of Manufacturers found out that liquefied natural gas contributes $43.8 billion to our GDP. It supports more than 200,000 jobs and generates $11 billion in federal, state, and local tax revenue. In Texas alone, the oil and gas industry specifically supported more than 178,000 direct and indirect jobs in 2023 and purchased nearly $100 billion of U.S. goods and services. But President Biden's pause on exports was not the only time the Biden administration chose to pick a fight with Texas over energy. Last fall, the D.C. Circuit Court issued a ruling that revoked a permit for the LNG export terminal at the port of Brownsville. This export terminal and related project had already been approved by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. Just one of the projects affected by this ruling would have created 6,000 jobs and more than $18 billion of investments in South Texas. But the D.C. Circuit sent them back to the drawing board, insisting that they needed to, quote, adequately consider the environmental justice impacts, close quote, of these developments. These were for projects that had already been approved by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. Of course, we already know that liquefied natural gas is one of the cleanest sources of energy. And of all the places in the world to source LNG, the United States of America has the highest standards. But environmental considerations aside, this war on American energy exports is a direct conflict with our national security priorities. Prior to the pause on LNG, the United States was supplying energy to our European allies. This, of course, allowed them to rely far less on Russian energy sources to keep the lights on and keep their houses warm. By turning off our LNG spigot, President Biden sent a gift to Vladimir Putin in the form of another source of revenue. And of course, it's the revenue that comes from the sale of energy in Russia that Putin uses to fund his war machine, which has resulted in the death of hundreds of thousands of Russians and Ukrainians. President Biden's energy agenda put Texas workers and their families and our national security last, choosing instead to bend the knee to foreign adversaries and to radical climate activists. But thankfully, that's not where the story ends. President Trump and Secretary Wright are now at the helm. And President Trump has lost no time in righting the ship to put American consumers and our national security first. President Trump is already off to the races to unleash a golden age of energy dominance in a number of important ways. On the first day of his presidency, he reversed President Biden's disastrous LNG pause. This will allow our allies to access to the oil and natural gas that comes from Texas projects in the Gulf of America, rather than relying on our adversaries. Furthermore, it's not just Texans and our European allies who can benefit from President Trump's and Secretary Wright's agenda. By reforming the permitting process, we can make sure that everyone within the United States has access to our abundant domestic energy supplies. And it will bring prices down, as President Trump has said is important in his fight against 40-year high inflation under the previous administration. Unfortunately, some of our New England states, notably states like Maine and Massachusetts, are still reliant on foreign fuel. And that's because of the lack of pipelines that would take the LNG and transport it up into that part of the United States. Due to stringent shipping requirements from the Jones Act, it's more costly to transport natural gas from the Gulf of America to New England than it is for these states to import fuel from foreign countries. The Jones Act was intended to protect U.S. shipping, but in this case, it has the unintended effect of decreasing our energy independence. I have no doubt that common sense permitting reforms can right this wrong. I look forward to working with President Trump and his administration to unleash American energy through an all-of-the-above approach so that Texas and the Gulf of America can once again supply the nation and the world with reliable, affordable energy. The Biden administration's energy policies lined the pockets of America's adversaries to appease climate radicals while hardworking Americans were stuck with the check. But President Trump has promised a golden new age, and I look forward to making Texas and America the center of that. Madam President, I yield the floor, and I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
President,
The Democratic Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Now, Madam President, I just got back from Albany and Syracuse, where I visited two of our community health centers, the Syracuse Community Health Center and the Hometown Health Center in Schenectady. These community health centers do amazing work, amazing work. They provide good, effective, efficient health care for so many people. In New York State, about 2.4 million people get help from the community health centers. In central New York that I visited in Syracuse, about 80,000. In the capital region where Albany is, 110,000. And let me say, Madam President, that when President Trump instituted his funding freeze, it sent shockwaves through these two centers and hundreds of others across the country. All of a sudden, payments frozen, funding frozen. No reasoning, no logic, nothing. They wondered, do they have to lay off people? Could they pay the rent? They wondered if they could give health care. You know, for someone who had a 2-week plan, maybe the doctor shouldn't prescribe it in week 1 because he wouldn't be around. Money wouldn't be around in week 2. They depend on federal funding. They get somewhere between 15 to 20% of their funding. They've been going on since the 60s and delivering great, efficient health care. And all of a sudden, this funding freeze drops on them like a ton of bricks. And it wasn't just community health centers. Veterans organizations, mental health organizations that provide mental health help for people. Head Start in Western New York, 2 of our Head Starts in rural America, in rural Western New York, closed. And 200 families had to struggle to find what to do because, you know, when you're a single mom or a single dad, or even a mom and dad, 2-parent family, and there's nobody there watching the kids, there's no Head Start, what are you going to do? Should I stay home from work, maybe risk salary being docked, even losing my job? It was horrible. This occurred across the country. Now, thank God people rebelled. Thank God people made their voices heard. And the funding freeze was rescinded. But the damage still is there. There was a health care center where I visited in Syracuse. This one was in the Mohawk Valley. That funding, $71,000 on a thing they were building, stopped. 5 centers in Virginia closed. And funding is still intermittent in health care centers throughout New York State and throughout the country. Cruel, unfair, awful. These programs help people. No, they don't help the billionaires. I get it. But they help average folks and poorer people get the health care they need. They help them see a doctor so that preventative care can happen, which we all know saves us money. They're a shining example of public service that does enormous good for millions of families. And to anyone who says that these are examples of inefficiency or waste, visit one. Visit some of the scores of them that are in New York. They're the most efficient, effective deliverers of health care in the country. They serve people who need it the most. And they're effective. Instead of going to, if your kid, let's say you have 3 kids, you're a single mom, and your kid has 104 fever with probably strep throat, and you got to see a doctor before it gets worse. You go to a community health center, you don't sit in a waiting room for 6 hours and have to file endless papers like you do in a hospital. They take care of you right away. And it makes it a lot easier for people to get health care, and it makes people want to get that health care that their kid might need. And yet we're still hearing it. These great health care centers, funding delayed, funding not coming, funding late. And they depend on this funding. They don't have a 6-month plan. They get funds from the federal government every 2 weeks that pays the rent, that pays the salaries, that buys these supplies they need. You shut it off for a week, and the whole thing could face a real problem. And so I went to Syracuse and Albany and demanded that, number one, this administration say they're no longer fooling around with the money that these community health centers need, that they get it right away. Two, they give an explanation as to why it was cut off. What'd they do wrong? Help people get health care that they need? And third, we Senate Democrats are demanding that the funding for these centers overall, which runs out on March 14th, because as you know, Madam President, there was a bipartisan agreement to fund them fully for the year, Democrats and Republicans, and Donald Trump and Elon Musk said, even before they were in office, Musk is not in office, but before Trump was in office and Musk was working with him, they told the Republicans, don't fund it, don't fund this health care package. And so now we're waiting until March 14th. But that is a CHC, a Community Health Care Center, cliff. If we don't renew that funding, many, many will close. Millions of people in America who are getting good health care, often preventative, often dealing with the immediate problems, will not get it at all. So those are the three things. Stop fooling around with the funding. Keep the flow going. Number two, explain what anyone did. Why did they stop this funding? And third, fund us so we don't go over the health care cliff. This was bipartisan. My guess is you, Madam President, probably supported it. But when Donald Trump and Elon Musk said, get that funding out, kill the deal, that's what Republicans did. I made it clear in Syracuse and in Albany that this cannot happen. It's infuriating, and it has nothing to do with inefficiency. Our hospitals, by the way, our big hospitals like CHCs, because that means their emergency rooms are not overflowed with people who could be taken care of in a much more effective, efficient way. So I want to make a final point here. We hear from Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, Elon Musk, and Doge. All they want to do is get rid of waste and inefficiency. When you look at community health centers, that's utter nonsense. Utter, utter nonsense. There isn't very much inefficiency at them. No one has ever said that they were inefficient. In fact, most people who look at it say they're the most efficient providers at a lower cost, with less to do in health care, less paperwork, less all of this than other places. So anyone who thinks that this Doge experiment is simply at getting rid of waste, baloney. Baloney. We know what it's about. Cut. Doge is using a meat axe and cutting things that are vital to people. Why? Why is all this happening? Because a careful look at inefficiency in government, even with a new administration that might want to look at it a little differently, would not just cut everything. Not just cut everything. And the bottom line is, it's all to cut as $2.5 trillion, $2 trillion. We know what they're doing. And unfortunately, too many of our Republican colleagues are going along. They're making these cuts so they can give the very wealthiest people in America a bigger tax break. Take a working-class family that's getting health care and say, you don't get it anymore, so Mr. Ultra-billionaire can get more tax breaks. Come on. That's what's going on here. And it's across the board. We saw what they did with AID. Well, one program AID is working on as I understand it, is dealing with Ebola in the middle of Africa. Let's cut out the program. What if Ebola spreads around Africa and even here? Most people think that's a very good program. Most people thought PEPFAR did a lot of good. But they cut it all. They didn't point out and say, this is inefficient and that is inefficient and cut it. But let's keep the good stuff. Cut it all. And we know why, once again. It's because the billionaires want even a bigger tax break. So my visit to CHCs, the two CHCs I visited, hometown in Schenectady and Syracuse Healthcare in Syracuse, were very moving to me. I saw dedicated people who want to help people. I saw patients come in and get decent health care. And yet, it's on the chopping block. That's not what America voted for, Madam President. That is not what America voted for. So I hope we will have a bipartisan coalition to fund our health centers. And I also hope that this administration, whether it comes to community health centers or so many other good programs across the board, will not freeze their funding, will not just say we're cutting you, will look at things carefully. There is inefficiency. Use a scalpel. Get rid of it. But don't cut everything. And again, it seems the logic is very simple. They're really not interested in making the government more efficient. They just want it to cut a certain huge amount of money. They don't care where it comes from, 2.5 trillion, 2 trillion, 1 trillion, regardless of the consequences for working families. It's a shame. It's a shame. Now, on our whistleblower portal. So today we Senate Democrats have a very simple message to the American people, and that is if Donald Trump won't stand up for the rule of law and Senate Republicans won't lift a finger to hold him accountable, Senate Democrats will. So today I joined with a number of my colleagues to announce a new Senate Democratic whistleblower portal to help fill the void that Donald Trump created by firing the government's independent watchdogs. The whistleblower portal will give civil servants and people of goodwill the chance to report on potential wrongdoing in government, abuse of power, threats to public safety. Donald Trump has tried to wipe the government clean of all transparency and accountability. That's why they got rid of so many of the IGs, for instance. But Senate Democrats won't let him. We believe in transparency. We believe in accountability. Donald Trump has tried to reshape our entire democracy to fit his unlawful impulses and serve his personal political interests. Senate Democrats won't let him. And so we have the whistleblower portal. We are urging Americans who see some real wrongdoing being created by this DOJ thing to report it. I think all Americans want government to be transparent. We all agree that ensuring accountability is vital. But thus far, this new administration has done the opposite. Today, with the whistleblower portal, we Senate Democrats are taking one step to help keep accountability and transparency alive. And one more thing on the upcoming Republican tax cuts when the Budget Committee meets in a couple of days. Basically, there's a great debate between House and Senate Republicans. Should it be one bill or two bills? Let me tell you, the real issue is, what are they going to cut that hurts working Americans to fund the billionaires, whether it's one bill or two bills to help not fund the billionaires, to help give greater tax cuts to the billionaires? Defunding the National Institute of Health? Cutting that back where health researchers are telling us that it will impede cancer research and the great research that we've done that helped the American people live healthier and longer? defunding things like CHCs, which I just mentioned, so much else, all for one reason. So let's not, I would say to my fellow Americans, don't get caught up in this gobbledygook, one bill or two bills. We all know the goal is the same. Cut, 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 even vital programs that help working Americans, to give tax cuts, tax breaks to the wealthy. And that's what we'll see in this first step when the Budget Committee marks up its bill, supposedly on Wednesday. One bill, two bills? No. It could be 50 bills. I don't care. It comes down to the same thing. The end goal for Republicans to pass gargantuan tax cuts for Donald Trump and their billionaire friends. Cut the daylights out of everything else. Medicaid, Medicare, school lunches, prescription drug reform, medical research for these tax cuts. The American people are going to learn this as we move forward, and I don't think they're going to like it. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Madam President.
The senator from Virginia.
Madam President, are we in a quorum call?
We are.
Madam President, I ask that the proceedings of the quorum be vitiated.
Without objection.
Madam President, I rise this afternoon in opposition to the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard to be Director of National Intelligence, because nothing less than our national security is currently on the line. I'm going to start by saying that I have nothing but respect for Ms. Gabbard's many years of service to our nation, both in uniform and as a representative for Hawaii. I don't question Ms. Gabbard's patriotism. I oppose her nomination because I question her judgment. Now, many may not understand the important role that the Director of National Intelligence plays. If confirmed, Ms. Gabbard will lead the 18 agencies of the intelligence community. She will also serve as the principal advisor to the President, the National Security Council, and the Homeland Security Council for all intelligence matters related to national security. And in this role as well, she will be responsible for over $100 billion between the National Intelligence Program and the Military Intelligence Program. Now, the stakes here have become all more critical in recent days. Just in the past couple of weeks, President Trump has issued several directives that could irreparably harm our intelligence efforts and our nation's ability to defend itself against the many threats we face. At the FBI, some of our most experienced agents, who have protected us for decades from terrorists, drug traffickers, spies, violent criminals, have all been unceremoniously fired. Thousands more may have reason to fear they may be next, based on the vindictive list apparently being assembled of every FBI official who was involved in the investigations into the Capitol riot on January 6th. Not just the FBI. Across the IC, including the CIA, DIA, NSA, NRO, NGA, alphabet agencies that most folks don't fully appreciate or understand. But in every one of these agencies, I'm hearing from intelligence officers and analysts with irreplaceable skills are unfortunately being indiscriminately pressured to resign or retire. And reportedly, senior law enforcement and national security officials are being asked to take political litmus tests, such as whether the 2020 presidential election was stolen and whether the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol was an inside job. Across the government, whole agencies are being eliminated and funding impounded in flagrant defiance of the Constitution and the law, while unvetted, unqualified Doge bros, one who formerly worked for a Russia hacker group and was fired for leaking sensitive company secrets to a competitor, and yet another who proudly declared himself a racist and said he would not mind if, quote, Gaza and Israel were both wiped off the face of the earth. And that individual, I understand, has actually been rehired after he initially quit. These Doge bros are illegally burrowing into classified and other sensitive information, jeopardizing our national security and violating Americans' privacy. To take just one recent example of what's at stake here, just last week, the CIA sent an email using an unclassified system to the White House, listing the names of all recently hired employees. This again from the CIA. It takes months to get a CIA employee a security clearance, and then a year to train. Suddenly, all of their names are out. this happened evidently in an attempt to comply with an executive order to reduce the size of the workforce, no matter how badly their skills might be needed. These 200-plus individuals, and I can assure you with a name and a last letter of a name and appropriate AI tools based on where these folks are working, you can find out their identities. And these agents may be burned before they even start their career. Now, I know that many of my Republican colleagues profess to take the issue of unclassified servers very seriously indeed. There was a whole litany of attack on this earlier. But the fact is, beyond the counterintelligence risk of foolishly exposing these officers' names using channels known to be targeted by foreign hackers, this careless effort to identify and potentially dismiss recently recruited and trained CIA officers also imperils the long-standing bipartisan efforts by the Senate Intelligence Committee to actually modernize and streamline the agency's hiring process. Because we need to make sure that we continue to recruit and retain talented young officers when it comes to confronting the growing national threats posed by the PRC. We need leaders in the intelligence community and throughout government who are prepared to stand up to those short-sighted attempts to attack our workforce at the expense of our national security. Unfortunately, I don't believe Ms. Gabbard is such a leader, nor is she well suited by dint of experience or judgment to serve as Director of National Intelligence. The DNI is a position of great importance and significance to our national security, created candidly after one of our worst security failures in our nation's history, 9/11. For that reason, when Congress established this position, in many ways due to the efforts of my good friend Susan Collins, it mandated in law that any individual nominated for the position must have, and I quote, extensive national security expertise. As I noted previously, the DNI was created to fill this gap after 9/11, because this mission is to share intelligence not only between the 18 entities that make up the American IC, but also to work with our allies, because it is predicated, this sharing of information, sharing of intelligence with our allies, is predicated on trust. There's no agreement. Trust that we and our allies will protect each other's secrets. Yet repeatedly, Ms. Gabbard has excused our adversaries' worst actions and instead often blamed the United States and our allies for them. For example, she blamed NATO for Russia's 2022 invasion of Ukraine. And despite the unanimous assessment of the Trump administration's DOD, State Department, and IC, she rejected the conclusion that Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad used chemical weapons against his own people. Now, I don't know if her intent in making those statements was to defend those dictators, or if she was simply unaware of the intelligence and how her statements would be perceived. In either case, it calls into question her judgment. And if she has what it takes to build and develop the trust relationships necessary to give not only our IC workforce, but equally important, to give our allies confidence that they can share their most sensitive intelligence with us. Make no mistake about it. If our allies stop sharing that intelligence, we will be less safe. To offer just one example, last summer, intelligence sharing between the United States and Austria saved countless lives by disrupting a terrorist attack at a Taylor Swift concert, underscoring the importance of these relationships. Ms. Gabbard has also been publicly outspoken in her praise and defense of Edward Snowden, someone who betrayed the trust and jeopardized the security of our nation. The vast majority of the information he stole and leaked before, I would mind you, he ran off to hightail in both China and Russia. Most of this information, I can assure you, had nothing to do with America's primacy, but did compromise our nation's most sensitive collection sources and methods. In many ways, we're still paying a price for Snowden's betrayal, and it is beyond dispute that his actions put our men and women in uniform in places like Iraq and Afghanistan at risk. Yet, Ms. Gabbard has celebrated Snowden as a, quote, brave whistleblower and advocated his pardon. This is someone that my friend Tom Cotton, who's the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, called a traitor who should, quote, rot in jail for the rest of his life. A week ago at the hearing, member after member, particularly my Republican friends, gave her chance and again to just be willing to call out Snowden as a traitor. She repeatedly declined. Instead, she said, and I quote, "The DNI has no role in determining whether or not Edward Snowden is a lawful whistleblower." Now, not only does she seem to believe that someone who divulged sensitive national secrets to Russia and China should be celebrated as brave and not denounced as a traitor, she does not also seem to understand the DNI's role in whistleblower determinations. Because, in fact, the DNI has a significant role in transmitting lawful whistleblower complaints to the intelligence committees. It would be irresponsible to confirm someone who cannot distinguish between complaints that are made lawfully and those that are not. Further, it is the statutory responsibility of the DNI to, quote, protect intelligence sources and methods from unauthorized disclosure. What message would it send to an intelligence workforce to have a DNI who would celebrate staff and contractors deciding to leak our nation's most sensitive secrets as they see fit? Now let me move to another issue of pressing relevance to this nomination. That's Section 702 of FISA. This bill, this tool, it's really hard to overstate the importance. The information that we derive from this tool is responsible for about 60% of the intelligence in the President's daily brief. And it's been instrumental in disrupting everything from terrorist attacks to fentanyl trafficking to foreign cyber attacks. Now, many in Congress have at various points supported reforms to 702 to better balance security and civil liberties. But again, Ms. Gabbard has gone so much further. Not only did she vote against reauthorizing 702, she introduced legislation to repeal the whole thing and called its very existence, quote, a blatant disregard for our Fourth Amendment constitutional rights. Now, I do understand that after she was nominated to be DNI, she had a conversion, a confirmation conversion, and expressed a change of heart. Now, that's welcome, but it's just not credible. Just last May, she criticized the reforms we put into 702. Just last May, she criticized those very reforms she now credits with changing her mind, as again, the reforms, she called them, quote, made the law many, many times worse. Now, the DNI is responsible for making annual certifications under Section 702, without which all collection under the law will cease. And the law itself is up for reauthorization in just over a year, a process typically led by the DNI. I have no confidence in Ms. Gabbard's commitment to either task. Nor is it the only issue where she's demonstrated poor judgment that should be disqualifying for the role. During an ill-advised trip to Syria and Lebanon in 2017, Ms. Gabbard exercised terrible judgment in electing to meet with Bashar al-Assad amidst a conflict in which Assad was using gas and other chemical weapons against his own people. And on that same trip, she also met with Ahmed Baradin Hassoun. Many Americans may not be familiar with Mr. Hassoun, But in 2011, he threatened to commit suicide bomb attacks against the United States. Now, at her confirmation hearing, Ms. Gabbard claimed not to know about Hassan's past. But reporting followed the hearing makes it clear that our staff made her aware of that history at the time of her trip in 2017. To say nothing of the fact that if she'd simply Googled this guy, that would have revealed his past. What does it say about her judgment and experience that she would willingly meet with someone who has very publicly issued threats against the United States of America? Nor is this an isolated lapse. Just last summer, she accepted a trip to Italy that was paid for by the foundation of Pierre Louvet, a man with deep connections to sanctioned Russian oligarchs. And at her confirmation hearing, she seemed unable to recognize why the national security interest of the United States might be better protected if TikTok, a social media app that reached into homes of millions of Americans, was actually under American ownership, rather than being subject to the controls of the PRC and ultimately the Communist Party of China. The world today is more complex and more dangerous than ever before. And we need serious people with the experience, expertise, and judgment to navigate that complexity. Unfortunately, Ms. Gabbard is not such a nominee. A vote in favor of her confirmation is an endorsement of President Trump's lawless efforts to hollow out our national security workforce, and her confirmation will further strain the alliances that have kept our country safe for decades. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to oppose Ms. Gabbard's nomination. And with that, I yield the floor.
Madam President,
The senator from Ohio.
I ask unanimous consent that the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Gabbard nomination be waived.
Is there objection? Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard of Hawaii to be Director of National Intelligence, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard of Hawaii to be the Director of National Intelligence shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt.
Yay.
Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty,
Positively, yes.
Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Markowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Resch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Britt, Collins, Fisher, Justice, Lummis, Marshall, Moody, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Tuberville. Mr. Curtis, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Duckworth, Gallego, Hassan, Heinrich, Kane, Kim, Merkley, Murphy, Padilla, Shaheen, Van Hollen, Warner, Whitehouse, Wyden. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Hickenlooper? Who'd you pull for? No. Miss Ernst, aye. Mr. Sheehy, Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee. Aye. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick. Aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd. Aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Thune, Mr. Thune. Aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Lujan? Mr. Lujan? No.
The yeas are 52, the nays are 46. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President,
Senator from Colorado.
are we in a quorum call, Mr. President?
We are not.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm grateful to be on the floor here tonight with my colleague from California, Senator Schiff, and others to talk about the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard, now the successful confirmation, I guess, of Tulsi Gabbard to be the Director of National Intelligence. To say the least, I never thought that we would see a moment in the history of the United States, the history of our attempt as a Congress to ensure that the American people and that the President gets the intelligence they need. In all these years, over all these decades, I never imagined we'd see somebody like Tulsi Gabbard approved on the floor of the United States Senate for that job. And I wanted to speak tonight just briefly to say why I think that was the wrong direction for the Trump administration, more importantly that, the wrong direction for the American people. Let me say, first of all, intelligence, and being a member of the Intelligence Committee, I know this is unlike anything else we do around here. Because a lot of what happens, my colleague Senator King from Maine is here, a lot of what happens is done in secret. And one of the great privileges of being on the Intelligence Committee is that, I think in part because it's in secret, there isn't the kind of partisanship that you see in a lot of the other committees. There isn't the jockeying for position or for political notoriety. The people on that committee are very, very serious about our work, and in part it's because we all have a responsibility on behalf of all the senators that are not on the committee to be able to transmit as well as we can the intelligence needs of our country, the intelligence findings of the intelligence community, and to play a very important role in oversight. Because if we didn't provide that role, the intelligence agencies could run amok without the American people ever knowing about it, or their representatives knowing about it. In fact, the whole reason we have the Intelligence Committee in the Senate is because so many terrible decisions were made by the intelligence agencies in the post-war period in the 1950s and 1960s. Some of it well-intentioned, during the Cold War, but a lot of it really bad judgments. It included things like the attempt to assassinate foreign leaders and to plot revolutions around the globe. And this Congress, this Senate, decided that we needed to have oversight for the American people. And we created the Intelligence Committee to do that. And it means that we have an institutional structure that ensures that the American people get the best service out of the intelligence community and that the President gets the best intelligence. And that structure was put in place by people who thought it was important for intelligence agencies not to run amok and for the President to get the best intelligence possible. And now we're putting somebody in the job of director of all the intelligence agencies, in a sense, the ODNI so-called, who's kind of the clearinghouse and the coordinator for all the intel that the president gets, Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard. Now look, she's had a record of public service in the Congress and in the military, and I don't dispute that. And I'm not calling into question whether or not she's serving the interests of other countries. But I do want to say, and I will be brief, Mr. President, that I think her judgment has been extraordinarily, I would say, exceptionally bad. I share her view that there were profound intelligence errors in the lead up to the Gulf War and the lead up to the war in Afghanistan. In the Gulf in particular, we remember, the weapons of mass destruction that Saddam Hussein was supposed to have. Didn't have it. Terrible, terrible failure of our intelligence committee, terrible failure of oversight from this Congress. And she's right about that. The problem is she's, I think, learned the wrong lesson from that. And over and over and over again, when she has the opportunity to support the interests of the United States, I hate to say it, versus those of our adversaries, time and time again, she picks our adversaries. Or even our allies. I've heard her say how worried she is about what she describes as the remilitarization of Japan, which of course Japan is doing because of the threat from China, with our very, very close cooperation. That's of concern to Tulsi Gabbard. She went to Syria and famously came back disputing our own intelligence agencies' findings about Assad's gassing of his own people. To this day, she hasn't really taken that back, and it makes no sense at all. But the thing that drives me the craziest, Mr. President, is that she has been an apologist for what Vladimir Putin has done since the day Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine. Ukraine was a peaceful country with a peaceful border, and Vladimir Putin was the first tyrant since World War II ended. And we set up all of these multilateral institutions across Europe and across the world to prevent the kind of hostility that we had seen break out in World War II. And Vladimir Putin decided he would invade a peaceful country next door to him. And in his mind, he had a right to do that because Ukraine has been viewed by czars going back hundreds and hundreds of years as Russian territory. That is not the way the Ukrainian people look at this. They think of themselves as an independent country. They think of themselves as living in a place where history actually has moved on over the last 500 years or 1,000 years. And they were sitting there peacefully when Vladimir Putin invaded them with no provocation at all. And on the evening that Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine, Tulsi Gabbard tweeted out at 11:30 at night, her local time, this war, referring to the war, Putin's invasion of Ukraine, this war and suffering could easily have been avoided if the Biden administration, NATO, had simply acknowledged Russia's legitimate security concerns regarding Ukraine's becoming a member of NATO, which would mean U.S. NATO forces right on Russia's border. Now, she gets mad when people read that stuff. That's what she said. And she says, well, don't tell people that I'm carrying propaganda for the Russian government or for Putin. That's not fair. I don't have to say that. But the Russian television put on TV in the days after the aftermath of Putin's invasion the very thing that Congressman Gabbard had said about his invasion, because they saw it as something that ratified what they had done. And it was so consistent, so aligned with his position, continues to be his position today, that he thought it would muddy the waters with people around the world about what they were doing in Ukraine. I believe Ukraine's battle from the very beginning has not been a battle for Ukraine. I think it's a battle for democracy. I think they are on the tip of the spear, in a way that nobody has been since World War II, and the Ukrainian people have been unbelievable. The Ukrainian soldiers have fought magnificently. There was a view when Putin invaded Ukraine, Mr. President, that in 3 days they were going to be in Kyiv, the Russians. And because of the bravery of the Ukrainian people, because of the bravery of the soldiers, many of whom have given up their lives, they have succeeded beyond the wildest dreams of anybody on this floor, of any of the Monday morning quarterbacking that's happened in this capital and other capitals around the world. And our allies all around Europe, but also in the Pacific area as well, all have seen what the Ukrainian people have accomplished. And when she had an opportunity to say something about the Ukrainians, when she had the opportunity to stand with the United States and stand with our allies, she made another choice. She's entitled to that choice. She's entitled to that choice, just as she's entitled to her views about the intelligence failures during the Gulf War. But the fact that she has the idiosyncratic views that she has, whether it's Putin's invasion of Ukraine or her writing a bill in the House to give Edward Snowden a pardon, that doesn't qualify her to be the lead intelligence official for the United States of America. As I said, and I'll finish here, Mr. President, we work well in a bipartisan way on these issues. The American people need the president to get intelligence in a way that's trustworthy, that is not shaded in one direction or another, and we all need to be able to trust each other in the delivery of that intelligence. And I will say that I think the president, in nominating Congresswoman Gabbard for this position, has fallen short. I voted for the CIA director. This is not an issue of his appointments to the intelligence agencies, but in the case of Congresswoman Gabbard, I think he missed the mark. And I apologize to my colleague from California for going on for so long. I will yield the floor to him.
Mr. President.
Senator from California.
After Tulsi Gabbard was selected as Donald Trump's nominee for Director of National Intelligence, the Russian newspaper Komsomolskaya Pravda was overjoyed. They wrote, "The CIA and FBI are trembling." Sadly, the Russian newspaper is probably right about that. Another Russian state outlet called her a comrade. On a separate broadcast, top Putin mouthpiece Vladimir Solovyov, after gushing about Kash Patel, said, "And what about our girl? We have our girl there." Our girl is evidently the Kremlin's way of referring to our nominee, Tulsi Gabbard. His guest asked so as to be sure, intelligence? The answer was yes. RT, yet another Russian outlet that Ms. Gabbard regularly read and shared articles from, took to Twitter to defend her. Quote, "We've got your back, Tulsi." Yes, they certainly do. In September, it was revealed that RT was acting covertly on behalf of Moscow to spread propaganda in the United States. Not a surprise that RT has Tulsi Gabbard's back. The question is, should we? The Director of National Intelligence is the nerve center of our nation's intelligence network. It is the linchpin between 18 agencies tasked with detecting and preventing threats to our national security and coordinating our intelligence resources. It's a job that requires judgment. It requires experience. It requires a high degree of trust. Above all, it requires a deep and unwavering commitment to the truth and a willingness to stand up to despots. And yet the nominee before us is stunningly lacking in all of these qualities. Ms. Gabbard's record in Congress is not one of distinction in intelligence matters. She did not serve on the Intelligence Committee in the House, was not known for advancing meaningful legislation on intelligence in this space. When she did sign on to legislation, it was to eliminate critically important intelligence programs, or it was to praise those who leaked classified information and did great damage to our nation, like Edward Snowden. She did not wrestle with the complexities of the intelligence gathering and analysis process. In fact, in the moments when her voice was heard on matters of foreign policy, it was in ways that should concern all of us. She has echoed, amplified, and at times outright defended the positions of autocrats and despots. When now deposed Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad gassed his own people, she cast doubt on the findings of our own intelligence agencies, cast doubt on them, just like the Russian propaganda outlets did. This after she engaged in her own form of freelance foreign policy, traveling to Syria to meet with Assad and get the full scoop on his government's narrative of that murderous crusade. On her return, she positively crowed about how lovely this dictator was. Quote, "He wants to be seen as someone who cares for his country." Well, maybe if he wanted to be seen as someone who cares for his country, he shouldn't have gassed his own people. He wants to be seen as someone who would not conduct these kind of atrocities, Tulsi Gabbard said, except that he did. He did commit these kinds of atrocities. When Vladimir Putin launched his brutal war against our ally Ukraine, she once again parroted Kremlin talking points about so-called provocations by NATO. She repeated Russia propaganda claims that the U.S. had set up secret bioweapons labs in Ukraine and argued that the U.S., not Russia, is responsible for Putin's nuclear brinksmanship. This is the nominee for our intelligence agencies, not the Kremlin's. This is our nominee, Tulsi Gabbard. This is who this president seeks to hand over the keys to our national security, to entrust her with the nation's most closely held secrets, to be the final voice in the room advising the president on intelligence, to be, in the plain words of the law, quote, the principal advisor to the president, to the National Security Council, and the Homeland Security Council for intelligence matters related to the national security. This, Tulsi Gabbard. This nomination is not just unwise, it is dangerous. Make no mistake, Ms. Gabbard is entitled to her own personal opinions. She can apologize for Assad or Putin or any other murderous dictator to her heart's content. But we're not considering Ms. Gabbard for some position in which her bizarre fondness for foreign despots is beside the point. She is not the nominee for Postmaster General. We're considering her for one of the most important jobs in our intelligence community. And for that, Tulsi Gabbard is a walking five-alarm fire and must be rejected, must be. There is a reason the Director of National Intelligence must have the confidence of both the intelligence professionals that oversee and the nonpartisan that they oversee in the national security establishment. Because the job requires accountability. It requires trust. It requires truthfulness. In 2015, Ms. Gabbard joined a congressional delegation trip to the Middle East, the kind that so many of us in this chamber have participated in. She visited a Turkish town near the Syrian border, where countless refugees were sheltering. Her guide took Ms. Gabbard to meet two Syrian girls aged just 9 and 4 years old, who had been badly burned in a bombing carried out by the Syrian dictator's warplanes. The children's parents had been killed in that attack. These brave, small children told their story to the then Congresswoman. Now, in this situation, I think any of us would have roughly the same response. Some form of sympathy, some form of empathy, some attempt to provide comfort to these children who saw their lives and their families destroyed in front of them. But Ms. Gabbard had a very different response. By the account of the guide who was with her, she looked at the children and said, "How do you know if it was Assad? What if it was ISIS?" I should note that ISIS, of course, has no air force. But of course, that wasn't really the point, was it? The point was perhaps best illustrated by her guide who was with her to that day and who said that experience, those days with Ms. Gabbard, he said, quote, "It dawned on me that Tulsi wasn't misinformed or ignorant." He said he worried instead that she, quote, "had a worldview that was adversarial to the United States." Adversarial to the United States. Think about that. Adversarial to the United States. And consider whether this is the right person to be director of national intelligence. Where do we draw the line with Donald Trump? What level of unfitness in a nominee? What level of unconstitutionality in an executive action? What level of abject disregard of our judicial system? What national security threat or risk will it take? What action could he commit where we would be joined by our Republican colleagues in saying we've had enough? Where is the line? When is an action too egregious or an appointment too absurd, a risk or threat that is too big? Where is the line? Is it disobeying a lawful court order, which this administration seems to be laying the groundwork to do? Is it confirming a patently unqualified FBI director who wants to close down FBI headquarters and makes music with felons who beat law enforcement? Is it a director of HHS who doesn't believe in vaccines, or a director of national intelligence who has sought to undermine vital intelligence operations and whom the Russians and others viewed as aligned with them instead of with us? Where is the line? Because for me, that line has been crossed a long, long time ago. I will not support this nomination. And I urge my colleagues to think long and hard before they do. Because if Ms. Gabbard is confirmed, we will not need the luxury of hindsight. We already have the luxury of hindsight. The threats to our nation are real. Those who wish us harm are busy plotting against us. There are plots to conduct attacks on U.S. soil. There are intelligence warnings about China's intentions to replace U.S. influence around the world, and about Russia's relentless assaults against our friends and allies. And at a moment when the world is watching, when our allies and our adversaries are questioning America's stability and leadership on the global stage, we cannot afford to confirm a director of national intelligence who lacks the qualifications, the judgment, and the credibility to lead. We cannot. Remember that Russian broadcaster I mentioned earlier, Vladimir Solovyov. Here's some of the rest of that exchange with the guest on his show. "Well," he said, with Tulsi Gabbard, it's not that simple." The guest replied, "It might not work because what if it's not approved? The Russians are worried that Tulsi Gabbard might not be approved by this body." That should tell us something. People, please, do we need the Kremlin to spell it out for us, what they are hoping and if they prayed, would be praying for us to do? Solovyov seemingly answered that question for us live on Russian TV. Quote, "Why are you suddenly so doubtful?" he asked his guest. Solovyov seemed nervous about the chances for confirmation of the woman he described as our girl, Tulsi Gabbard. Perhaps he fears that Congress has more common sense than to confirm someone who prefers Russia's worldview over matters like Ukraine's sovereignty to our own national security professionals. But do we? Do we possess that basic common sense, for the sake of our country, for the sake of our nation's most sensitive classified information, and for the sake of the workforce that keeps us safe, I hope and pray that we do. That we possess the common sense to vote down Tulsi Gabbard. We will soon find out. And I yield back.
The Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate be in a period of morning business for debate only, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I understand the chair has an announcement for the Senate.
The chair announces, the presiding officer, the chair announces on behalf of the Committee on Finance pursuant to Section 8002 of Title 26, U.S. Code, the designation of the following senators as members of the Joint Committee on Taxation. The senator from Idaho, Mr. Crapo, the senator from Iowa, Mr. Grassley, the senator from Texas, Mr. Cornyn, the senator from Oregon, Mr. Wyden, the senator from Washington, Ms. Cantwell.
Mr. President, I understand that there's a bill at the desk that's due for a second reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the second time.
H.R. 29, an act to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to take into custody aliens who have been charged in the United States with theft and for other purposes.
Mr. President, in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I would object to further proceeding.
Objections having been heard, the bill will be placed on the calendar.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Tuesday, February 11th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved today, at the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day. Morning business be closed, and the Senate proceed to executive session and resume executive calendar number 18, that at all time during morning business, recess, adjournment, and leader remarks count post-cloture. Further, that the Senate recess from 12:30 p.m. until 2:15 p.m. to allow for the weekly conference meetings.
Without objection, so ordered.
If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of Senator Welch.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Vermont.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Donald Trump, as we all know, won the last election in November, and he's now the 47th President of the United States. But Donald Trump did not, contrary to what he and the Vice President want people to believe, win by anything close to a landslide. As this chart shows, out of a total of 155,238,302 votes, Mr. Trump won 77,302,000, or 49.8%. Kamala Harris won 75 million, or 48.3%. President Trump won, but just slightly over 2 million votes more than Kamala Harris. The difference between them was 1.5% of the popular vote. And although it was one of the smallest margins of victory in since the 19th century, President Trump, in his inaugural address, and others in the inner circle of Trump, repeatedly called the victory a landslide, a blowout, a mandate, historic. You know what a real landslide is? Lyndon Johnson in 1964 won by 22.6%. Ronald Reagan won by 18.2%. Those are landslides. But why does it matter? Because facts matter. The truth matters. And we cannot survive in our democracy without respect, and much more respect for the truth. It's also really important because when one goes, whether you're running for the U.S. Senate or the presidency of the United States, when one goes from candidate for office to the president or the U.S. senator in office, the responsibility that we have is to all the people in our district, and certainly for the president of the United States, a responsibility to all the people in the United States. We serve all, whether they voted for us or against us. But what has been happening with the assertion that this was this massive landslide is it has become a justification for narrow policies that completely disrespect the reality that so many other Americans need to be represented and heard, and also is so narrow that even among those who voted for President Trump for a variety of reasons are not getting policies they thought would be included. The America First policies so far have cut funding for programs to protect water that all Americans need, clean air that we all breathe, whether it is a voter who was for Trump or a voter who was for Harris. We are cutting funding for medical research for cancer, cures for kids who have cancer, for food assistance to the food malnourished kids and parents who are in every district in this country. And of course, most spectacularly, what we're seeing is the illegal termination of the USAID program, something the courts have rescinded, but the administration is rushing pell-mell nevertheless. All of this actually is in service of being able to find offsets in order to pay for the Trump tax cuts that are heavily weighted to folks who are billionaires like Mr. Musk, and of course to our major U.S. corporations. And you know what? The folks who need a tax cut are the everyday Americans who have been trying to make ends meet and are having real trouble doing that. The White House is not even trying to hide what they're doing. You've got Elon Musk. You know, it's pretty astonishing. He owns Twitter, which is a source of immense misinformation. He now is trying to buy ChatGPT. He has massive amounts of government contracts for Starlink and for space and for his space program. And he has contributed $280 million to the Trump campaign. And now, without any elected authority, without any advice and consent to the Senate on a position that is very powerful, the so-called Doge administrator, he has access to the private information of millions of Americans, all that confidential information about your Social Security and mine that's in the Treasury Department. So how is that happening? That is not in service of the folks who didn't vote for Mr. Trump. It's not even in service of the folks, of people who did. But you know, it's important that elections be, and the outcomes of elections be respected. You know, this last election, just like in 2020, the people who oversaw this election worked hard to ensure that it was free and fair. We don't all get the outcome that we want, but it was free and fair. The difference in this election is that we, on the losing side, accepted the result. We didn't falsely claim that it was stolen, the Stop the Steal narrative, as President Trump continues to assert about 2020, and most of his cabinet nominees do as well. We didn't try to prevent the outcome from being certified or to promote an insurrection by a violent mob, folks who actually attacked, injured people in this building and police officers, spit in their face, hit them with poles, and we had police officers who died after that attack. Falsely denying the outcome of an election and then using violence to overturn the result of a free and fair election absolutely subverts the democratic process. And as every American voter knows, free and fair elections, like the checks and balances between our three co-equal branches of government, are absolutely essential to the well-being and continuation of our democracy. You know, in the inaugural address that the president gave, I did not hear anything about child care or the cost of housing or bringing down the cost of prescription drugs and making health care more affordable. Things that everyday families in every single part of this country need help with, to be able to pay those bills at the end of the month have their checkbook still balanced. If and when the president starts focusing on those issues, I and my colleagues are absolutely ready to work with him and our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, because those things, affordable broadband, affordable health care, affordable housing and rent, some economic security, those are things every single one of us needs. And the challenges that we face, whether it's Red America or Blue America, to try to have better policies to make that happen, are things that we must be working on together, but not where what comes first, last, and always are these tax cuts that explode the deficit and go to folks who are not now paying their fair share. So as long as President Trump and his allies pretend that he has this massive mandate to literally disrupt and throw out the traditions and norms and guardrails of democracy, that is something I and so many of my colleagues will resist. We can't do that. The law matters. Respect for your opponents matters. And focusing on the everyday needs of everyday people is what matters most. It's what is the goal all of us should be looking to accomplish. So, Mr. President, there was no mandate, no massive mandate. There was a victory. But with victory, to describe it as this smashing mandate is a suggestion that what awaits us and has already arrived is overreach and failure. Mr. President, I yield back.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Thanks. No, I'm good. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Let us pray. Great and everlasting God, who was and is to come, inspire all who work on Capitol Hill. Lord, help us to see your image in each other and to draw strength from an awareness of your sovereignty. Empower us to serve with a spirit of humility and gratitude, remembering that to whom much is given, much is expected. Lord, strengthen our senators. Give them the wisdom to know your will and the courage to obey your precepts. May they comprehend your vision for our nation and world, becoming instruments for your glory. Lord, fill them with your power so that no weapon formed against them will prosper. Help them to view the shortcomings of others with patience and to be grateful for the exemplary virtues they witness each day. We pray in your glorious name. Amen.
Would you please join me in the recitation of the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Office of the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard of Hawaii to be director.
Madam President,
President Pro Tem.
one short issue to just make mention, and then I want to pay tribute to an Iowan. This week, we're going to vote on the Secretary of Agriculture to be confirmed for the cabinet. That person was voted out of committee unanimously. So I think it's ridiculous for the minority, for a committee where every Democrat and every Republican voted for this nominee, to have even 1 minute of debate. It ought to be proved by unanimous consent. Now, it may not be, but at least I expressed my opinion and I gave a rationale why that should be done. We shouldn't be spending 30 hours of debate on somebody that's been approved unanimously by the Agriculture Committee. So today, I pay tribute to an outstanding Iowan who celebrated her 65th birthday, February 9th, an astronaut and patriotic American. Peggy Whitson has never stopped reaching for the stars. Her hometown is located Ringgold County. That community of Beaconsfield, its community building, is also the birthplace of another Iowan icon, the Hy-Vee supermarket, famous in about 7 Midwestern states. Peggy Whitson's spent 675 days in space, more than any other American astronaut or woman in the world. This year, she's heading right back to space for a historic 5th space mission. By all accounts, she's driven to help humanity. We don't often think about space travel as helping humanity, but she does it from tracking cancer cell growth to developing therapies that save and extend the quality of life here on Earth. So there is something very heavenly that has some earthly good. This United States Senator is proud to wish my fellow Iowan, Peggy, happy birthday. Peggy, may you continue to defy gravity and achieve stellar good things for many years to come, and I'm sure she will. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
The Majority Leader,
Thank you. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
without objection.
Madam President, this week the Senate will be considering its 14th nominee for President Trump's cabinet, Tulsi Gabbard, for Director of National Intelligence. Ms. Gabbard is a patriot. She's someone who's motivated by service, and she's been serving her country and community since she was 21 years old when she was elected to the Hawaii State Legislature. Like many Americans of her generation, she felt called to serve her country after the attacks of September the 11th. And after her first session in the Hawaii legislature, she enlisted in the Army National Guard. The following year, she dropped her re-election campaign to volunteer to deploy to Iraq, the first of 3 deployments that she's made. It was after her second deployment, now as an officer and platoon commander, that she set her sights on making an impact on national and global issues, eventually being elected to the U.S. House of Representatives. Madam President, Tulsi Gabbard has worn the uniform of our country for the last 22 years, leading American soldiers in some of the most dangerous parts of the world. She also served 8 years in Congress, including service on the Homeland Security, Foreign Affairs, and Armed Services Committees. By her own count, she's taken an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States at least 8 times. Madam President, as both a military officer and policymaker, Ms. Gabbard has been a consumer of intelligence. She knows that good decisions depend on having the best information. And she knows that the cost of bad information is measured in lives lost. Madam President, in recent years, there have been some significant intelligence failures. And these failures aren't confined to one agency or one part of the world. The intelligence community needs to refocus on its core mission, collecting intelligence and providing unbiased analysis of that information. That's what Tulsi Gabbard is committed to ensuring if she is confirmed to be DNI. And I believe she has the knowledge and leadership capabilities to get it done. Madam President, I'm also grateful that Ms. Gabbard has expressed a willingness to right-size the office of the DNI. When this position was created by Congress in the wake of 9/11, it was designed to be a sort of quarterback, if you will, for the intelligence community. It was designed to be a lean organization focused on coordination and ensuring all the elements of the intelligence community are communicating and working together toward a common purpose. But it quickly became much larger than intended, and it has become a bureaucracy unto itself. So I'm glad that Ms. Gabbard plans to focus on identifying and eliminating redundancies and inefficiencies to restore the office to what it was originally designed to be. I was also very pleased to hear Ms. Gabbard say at her hearing that Section 702 is, and I quote, essential for our national security, end quote. This foreign intelligence collection program is a key tool used to identify threats to Americans at home and abroad, and I was glad to hear Ms. Gabbard acknowledge its importance. I was also pleased that Ms. Gabbard intends to prosecute leakers to the full extent of the law. In a day and age when anything and everything ends up on the internet, it is essential that we have zero tolerance for those who deliberately compromise classified information, and we must safeguard our sensitive sources and intelligence collection methods. Madam President, Tulsi Gabbard is a patriotic American. She believes strongly in the mission with which she'll be tasked, keeping America safe. And you don't have to take my word for it. Take it from Americans who have served alongside Ms. Gabbard during her 22 years in uniform, from the people who have put their lives in her hands. As one wrote, and I quote, her exceptional qualifications coupled with a proven track record of leadership and unwavering commitment to safeguarding our national interests render her the unequivocal choice for this critical position, end quote. And from another, and I quote again, I know Tulsi will be fully committed to protecting all Americans during this pivotal moment in American history, end quote. Well, Madam President, sounds like what we need in a Director of National Intelligence. And I look forward to confirming Ms. Gabbard this week. Madam President, I yield the floor. I suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.